I'm here. What's your scientific business opportunity, Ms.
Dr. Kapadia. You went into the Kait Nebula recently.
Why would you think that? The jump gate to Kait was shut down.
The microbes on your hull are a match. While you were there, did you see the bones?
The giant skeletons floating in space? Yeah.
BRI plans to investigate that extinct species, but, well, Okar War, Redeemers, jump gate locked down. So 30 years on, this unresolved file got handed to me. I need to get to the Kait Nebula and scan those remains.
You don't need my permission. Go ahead.
What I'm asking is, would you be my guide? A bodyguard, Redeemer, shooting pal, pew-pew?
Is BRI paying? I'm a busy guy.
I have a discretionary budget. I think they meant it to cover food and fuel, but safety is important too, right?
It's pretty high on my list. When do we leave?
Oh, now! I just need to grab a mass spectrometer. I've got a favorite. Like, who doesn't? I'll meet you at the jump gate into Kait Nebula.
I pulled Dr. Kapadia's file, xenobiologist. Several degrees, but an unremarkable career.
She seemed nice enough.
You think anyone who declines to shoot us is nice enough?
Who are you, and how did you know to contact me?
Call me Cardenas. I have access to records of your work with Commissioner Hawk.
Do you work for her?
For her? No. What I'm about to tell you can't be shared, even with the crew you assembled at Rhodia 2.
How do you know about Rhodia?
It's my duty to know what happens in the DMZ. Do you recall the dreadnoughts that served in the Okar War?
Aren't they all retired now?
The CFS Minokawa was the last in service, scheduled to be dismantled at a shipyard in the core systems. It was hijacked en route.
Someone hijacked a Colonial Fleet dreadnought? How?
A man on the inside, the ship's executive officer, Noah Patel, passed the access codes to an outside group. But the brain behind the hijacking is a known terrorist, Nileti Gautier.
I've never heard of that known terrorist.
People like me ensure you don't. The good news is, many of the Minokawa systems had already been removed for decommissioning, including the primary weapons. The bad news is that its interstellar jump drive remains online. Gautier and Patel took the ship into the DMZ where the Colonial Fleet can't pursue.
Because that would break the treaty with the Okar. Look, I'm one guy with a fighter. I can't take down a dreadnought, even if it's unarmed.
I don't expect you to destroy it. I've shared the Minokawa schematics with your hive. You and the other freelancers I've hired will disable its 2 interstellar drives. Our goal is containment, Roslin. I know you have the lifetimes of experience required. The last reported position of Minokawa was in Zarkov. Head there. I'll contact you and my other freelancers when it's sighted again.
Am I to assume we face yet another threat to the peace in the DMZ?
At least we'll get paid for it this time. You should have received schematics for a Colonial dreadnought?
They were quite rudely shoved into my datascape. Do you know how unnerving it is to suddenly have a memory that wasn't there a moment before?
Yeah, I do. You don't get used to it.
incoming message. It is on an Okar diplomatic
And
frequency.
it's for me. Huh. Let's hear it.
Good day, Adam Roslin. I am Helseth, a Proctor of the Clerical Caste. For your efforts protecting Emissary Sereth from Okar Prime, you have been honored with diplomatic passage into Okar space. At your convenience, please see me at the Shakut Way Station in Ka'it Dominion. I can provide the necessary clearances.
Hive, what's a Practor?
It is an administrative position. The closest colonial equivalent is customs agent.
So this is legitimate? I can explore the Okar systems beyond the DMZ?
If you wish to verify, perhaps you should proceed to the Ka'it Dominion system.
Roslin, we've intercepted a mayday from a convoy under attack by a large outlaw vessel. I have another contractor responding. Back them up. Remember, we're looking for containment.
I'm glad you're here. This place is creepy. Quiet, but spooky.
Compared to an ancient tomb, it's not so bad. What are you hoping to find at the bones?
A clue to when the species went extinct. Vacuum is a preservative. Well, in some ways. See, if I can find a sample of marrow, then I can cross-index with a historical record of stellar radiation and... Sorry, shop talk. You're probably not interested.
I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't interested. Let's get going, Doc. I'm on them. Try to get clear.
Their eyes witness.
That was the last.
I heard about Redeemers. Scientists that went mad. Are they always that intense?
Pretty much. So, let's not linger.
Sending coordinates for the remains.
bones are huge!
Throttle back, Doc. I see Redeemer patrols. You hold station here, I'll run ahead and clear them out for you.
The spoilers! Tarnishing the abattoir! All are needed! All!
Is it safe?
Safe as it ever gets around here. What are you hoping to learn?
I'm looking to establish a timeline. When the cluster was first colonized, there were rumors of megafauna in Kite Nebula, leviathans.
Sounds like a drunk spacer's tale, but...
But giant skeletons!
Hostile contacts.
Focus on your scans, Doc. I'll handle them.
All are here, all! Slay the despoilers! Yes!
New contacts. Redeemers.
Doc, how much longer?
I don't know yet. These are bigger than I expected.
No contacts. We won.
This entire system is controlled by Redeemers. To claim we won would be flagrant exaggeration.
Pessimist?
Objective fact.
Mr. Roslin, come see.
So, is this your drunk spacer's tale, Doc?
Nothing like this has been seen in decades. I ran my tests 3 times to be sure. These bones, they're recent. Radiation decay suggests these have been in space only a few years, and I found a residue that might indicate their point of origin.
I have a hive unit aboard. Maybe he can analyze that.
A trivial task. One moment.
Look at this skull. This creature might have had the highest mass brain seen in nature. I wonder how intelligent it was.
One must not mistake quantity for quality. A massive cerebellum may indicate inefficiency. The materials and ratios of the residue are a match for the atmosphere of Chenat at a depth of 300 kilometers.
Janat, the next planet over. Could Leviathans travel interplanetary distances, or did someone move the bones here?
Let's go find out.
It's a big planet. Where do we start?
I see 2 areas of turbulence below the cloud deck, like large objects are blocking the jet streams.
More skeletons, you think?
I don't know, but my ship can't go much deeper. Could you check them out?
Sure thing. was that noise?
The turbulence subsided as you approached. Did you see anything?
A flock of winged creatures. Did you copy that signal?
What signal? Play it back for me.
Replaying transmission.
Whoa, that got a reaction.
They appear agitated.
Damn! Doc, that signal drew more flying critters. They swarmed me.
The cloud grazers. Why would they react so violently?
Let me check that other area of turbulence you saw.
Signal on the 1558 megahertz band.
Sounds different from the first one. Play it back, Hive. Let's see what happens.
More cloud grazers arriving. They are as vexed as the previous group.
Whatever that noise is, they sure don't like it. That's the last cloud grazer. Dr. Kapadia, can you detect any more turbulence down here? Doc, you copy?
I have lost her transponder fix.
Give me a marker for her last position. Maya.
Her ship is disabled.
Salvation in their bones, their blood!
Yeah. I almost enjoyed that.
Oh my gosh, that was scary. Thanks.
The Redeemer with the harpoon left behind some kind of gas cloud. Hive, what is that?
A fly-through sample is required for analysis. Gas is a musk secreted by cloud grazers, pungent but harmless.
Why would Redeemers collect that?
Why do Redeemers yell at clouds?
The screamy guy showed up when you replayed the second signal. I think they were hunting whatever makes it.
If I may, the transmissions patterns suggest intentional composition.
So the radio bursts were saying something?
They were communicating something. Communication is not necessarily speech. One cannot translate birdsong into words.
Fine. Can you tell us what they communicate?
In time.
The shooting scared off everything within 100 clicks. Let's relocate and try again.
See any of those anomalies here, Doc?
Maybe. Deeper, less distinct. Plenty of cloud grazers, though.
Redeemers again.
Wait, don't attack. Let me try something. It worked! Suck it, screamy guys!
You got the cloud grazers to attack? How?
I bounced the first signal off the Redeemers. Made it look like it came from them. signals provoke cloud grazers to huddle up and make them aggressive. I think it scares them. My theory is it's a hunt call. Whatever makes that signal preys on cloud grazers.
Something down here hunts the cloud grazers, and the Redeemers hunt whatever that predator is.
Analysis complete. Each signal begins with a sequence that corresponds to the geomagnetic coordinates of its origin.
So repeating it any place else is gibberish. Can you synthesize a transmission from this position?
Done.
Here come the cloud grazers.
Whoa! There was something rising fast. Huge. But it veered off at the last second.
A hypothesis. We know the Redeemers gather musk from cloud grazers. Perhaps it is to disguise themselves. A spacecraft is a foreign object here.
The life forms here think we smell bad?
You do live in that flight suit.
How about this? Find more cloud grazers, shoot them, and douse your ship in musk. Maybe then we'll see what's sending those transmissions.
Nasty stuff.
I believe we have masked the scent of our ship.
Let's try this again.
Transmitting.
The signal's back, rising fast. Behind you! Leviathan!
Hi! All power to engines. Oh, scrap!
Mr. Roslin? Hear me? Mr. Roslin, please respond.
Doc, I'm in the Leviathan's intestine, I think.
Seriously? Can you send me a video feed?
Done.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe we found an actual living Leviathan. What an opportunity.
Opportunity, sure. How do I get out of here?
If you upset its tummy or poke the right autonomic reflex cluster, maybe it'll spit you up. That's how most critters work.
Unidentified life forms.
In here? How?
Oh gosh. Of course they'd have a gastrointestinal ecology, but are those parasitic or symbiotic?
Either way, they don't like me.
There are electrical pulses traveling through those fibers. Could they be axons? Nerves controlling those muscles?
The path to the next compartment has cleared.
We should study those further. Regenerating axons could cure some forms of paralysis.
Doc, are you seeing these clusters on the wall? What are they?
Microbiota, except they're huge. So, macrobiota? We all have symbiotic ecosystems in our digestive tract to break down food. These are macrobiota astrocetacea.
I grabbed a sample for you. Look, keeping Redeemer drones all the way in here?
They appear to be harvesting the macrobiota.
I don't know what they want with it, but they're not getting it.
Oh, look! A nacreous accumulation. I didn't expect that.
What? Is that dangerous?
It is a composite of organic and inorganic materials, formed in response to irritation caused by a foreign object.
There may be more further in. Maybe entire pearls?
Pearls. I know what those are. So, pretty valuable?
I mean, the wavy limbs growing out of the wall. Could you touch one? Shoot it? Or bump into it?
Sure, if you want.
Leviathan twitched when you struck the papilla. Sorry, the wavy limbs. I see muscle activity up and down the tract. I think they trigger its gag reflex. If you hit those too often, it'll vomit you up. Or sneeze you out. I don't know which. I mean, you'll want to get out eventually. Just, not yet.
Got it. No touching the big wavy limb things until I'm ready to vacate.
I'm forwarding my diagnostic data on how agitated the Leviathan is. You'll know when he's about to spit you out.
What's going on?
The Redeemers are back. They're attacking the Leviathan.
Doc? Hey, Maya!
Her ship may be disabled.
We need to get out of here.
Deliberately provoking the creature seems warranted.
Restrain the beast. Lift it beyond the sky, into the purity. Let its breath be taken, and the carving begin.
Stop! These creatures are endangered. Probably.
Stabilizing.
Ow!
Mr. Roslin!
Horizon locked.
The Leviathan's leaving.
All destroying, unconquering!
We have more urgent concerns.
Unworthy! Defiler! The bones of our transcendence flee!
Are you alright?
Just fine. I'll get you home safe, Maya. I've been detected.
They were going to haul the Leviathan into space. It would suffocate.
The only hunting method possible for the Redeemers. It is too large to kill with conventional ordnance. Good shot.
Why are the Redeemers hunting Leviathans?
Even if they cared to explain, I doubt their motivations would make sense to us.
What were they yelling about when the big ship blew up?
They thought something found in the Leviathan would let them transcend?
A fantasy of lunatics.
They don't need to kill them. They could have flown inside and left, like you did.
It wasn't that simple.
The Redeemers may still harass the Leviathans. However, that tractor vessel was required to hoist them into space and suffocate them.
Doc, we just discovered an extinct species. You should let people know.
I already sent our files over Eterna. To BRI, Colonial Fleet, the OCAR. anyone who could protect them from hunters. Even if Leviathans aren't intelligent, if they're just... oh gosh.
We're not food. You're welcome?
Remarkable.
That was the greatest thing I've seen in my life. Oh, I already have a response from BRI. They want me to report to the bioplant facility here in Kait Nebula. Wow, a modern facility on the frontier of exobiology.
Have you ever been there?
I'm sure it'll be great. You should meet me there. I can share my data analysis with you.
I'll stop by. Fly careful, Doc.
Mr. Roslin, I was just... everything's fine. Feel free to dock. This place is not in great shape. There's only 3 other staff, and Redeemers stole most of their equipment.
Want me to escort you back to Prescott?
No. If this is what it takes to get BRI looking at Leviathans, I'll do it. Now that I can identify their transmissions, I see them all over Chinat.
Sounds like you're gonna be busy.
Yeah, but listen, BRI approved a study program. I can guide that remotely from here. The thing is, I need someone in the field to perform biopsies on living specimens. From inside?
You want me to get eaten again?
Yes, for science. You can harvest macrobiota, and if you find anything else valuable, I can help you recover it.
I don't know, Doc.
But I have a regular research stipend now, not just lunch money. I can subcontract you.
All right, if I have time when I'm passing through Kait Nebula.
Yes! I've got some field equipment to help. It's a little homemade, but it should work fine. First, a container to store excess cloud grazer funk for later use. Second, plans for a musk ejector. It'll attract a Leviathan on use. I'm setting up a network of observation satellites over Chinat. When I see jet stream turbulence, I'll call you.
Doc, I'm on site.
I'm starting my recorders. Get your ship doused with Cloud Grazer musk.
I wish to make it clear that you will be responsible for deodorizing the hull.
Come on, Hive. You don't even have a nose.
I am capable of discerning chemical concentrations as low as 1 part per billion. Transmitting. Brace for impact. We have arrived, undamaged, in the creature's digestive tract.
I'm receiving your data. This is amazing! An entirely new order of megafauna. You're so lucky.
Lucky, sure. What am I looking for?
This is our first scientific expedition. Focus on going as far as you can, and let's see what you find.
Doc, that diagnostic you're sending, the Leviathan's agitation is increasing even when I'm not doing anything.
Your ship has Bernie ouchie thrusters all over. Imagine how it would feel if you had a little man flying around in your intestine.
Not too good, I bet. So my time in here will be limited even if I do everything right. Whoa, a lot of vibration here.
His tummy's rumbling. I think he's hungry.
That's making it hard not to hit the walls. Ugh, weird little wormy things.
Ooh, they're definitely pursuing you.
Well, I'm definitely shooting them. Back in the belly of the beast. How far should I go, Doc?
As far as you can. There's plenty of intestine to explore. I'm sure we'll find something before you hit the colon.
Doc, that diagnostic you're sending, the Leviathan's agitation is increasing even when I'm not doing anything.
Your ship has Bernie ouchie thrusters all over. Imagine how it would feel if you had a little man flying around in your intestine.
Not too good, I bet. So my time in here will be limited even if I do everything right. Ugh, weird little wormy things.
Ooh, they're definitely pursuing you.
Well, I'm definitely shooting them.
They're parasitic. Don't let them attach to your ship. They'll try to extract nourishment from it.
Why does everything in here want to eat me? Why do they come in flocks?
Yikes! There's a lot of parasitic eggs in there. They're all over.
The constrictor muscle ahead is clenched. I can't proceed.
That could be a defensive reflex. Find and destroy the eggs. If nothing else, it'll make the Leviathan healthier.
Vibration here.
His tummy's rumbling. I think he's hungry.
That's making it hard not to hit the walls.
This may, in fact, be a bowel movement.
I do not even want to think about that, Hive. Back in the belly of the beast. How far should I go, Doc?
As far as you can. There's plenty of intestine to explore. I'm sure we'll find something before you hit the colon.
Doc, that diagnostic you're sending, the Leviathan's agitation is increasing even when I'm not doing anything.
Your ship has Bernie ouchie thrusters all over. Imagine how it would feel if you had a little man flying around in your intestine.
Not too good, I bet. So my time in here will be limited even if I do everything right. Ugh! Weird little wormy things.
Ooh, they're definitely pursuing you.
Well, I'm definitely shooting them.
They're parasitic. Don't let them attach to your ship. They'll try to extract nourishment from it.
Why does everything in here want to eat me?
Keep it up.
Whoa. A lot of vibration here.
His tummy's rumbling. I think he's hungry.
That's making it hard not to hit the walls.
Yikes. There's a lot of parasitic eggs in there. They're all over.
And the constrictor muscle ahead is clenched. I can't proceed.
That could be a defensive reflex. Find and destroy the eggs. If nothing else, it'll make the Leviathan healthier.
You guessed right, Doc. The muscle's relaxing.
Science doesn't guess. It hypothesizes.
Are those Redeemer harpoons in the wall? Guess the big guy's run into them a few times over the years.
How did they get so deep inside? Could you pull them out? From your side, the barbs won't hurt him. Poor guy needs a snack.
Is that a good noise or bad?
His respiration slowed, and the muscles in the area relaxed. I think he feels better. Oh, poor baby. Who's a good giant space beast? It's you!
Harpoon successfully extracted. Agitation decreasing.
Hope that feels better, big guy. I don't see anything else I need to take care of in here. Well, more Redeemer drones.
Redeemer drones are present in this chamber.
I hope he finds lunch soon.
I believe we may continue.
Yikes.
You blew up the bacterial colony?
It was full of that goo. Now it's everywhere.
Oh dear. You should get out of that chamber.
Jackpot. Doc, check out the size of this pearl.
Ooh, could you recover it? The surrounding tissue would help me assemble a timeline of this Leviathan's life.
No doubt the debris at the heart of the object also has value.
Oh, you can keep the pearl yourself if you like. No scientific value in that.
Stabilizing.
Nice! Can you bring the pearl to me at BRI? I'll take what I need and clean it for you. We're sure to see a lot more of these big guys. I'll let you know when I see one. I'll clean the pearl and leave it outside the station for you. I wonder what's inside. Parts from a Redeemer ship? Asteroid resources? An Ancients artifact?
Only way to know is to open it. How do I open a pearl?
Once I've peeled the tissue off, they should break open pretty easily. Just smack them against something.
Didn't know what to expect, but the Leviathan swallows some pretty amazing stuff. I wonder what else I could find in there.
detecting a large mass ahead.
I've never seen a dreadnought up close.
Minokawa is the largest warship currently operating within the DMZ.
The cargo's been loaded. Your cooperation is appreciated.
Heavy launch racks. Take out the cargo ships. What? We gave you what you wanted. I also told you not to send a distress call. I do not like defiance.
Freighters. I'll cover you as long as I can. Get your drives back online.
You're another freelancer hired by Cardenas?
Yeah. You're my backup? I'm Yoon. Their missiles will shred the civilians. I've got decoys, but can you intercept some?
Ewan is dropping decoys to lure missiles away from the freighters.
That's handy.
We're just buying time. I'd say to take out the launchers, but Minakawa's armor is too thick for fighter weapons.
The Dreadnought's own weapons could hurt it, right?
Sure. What are you thinking?
I'll pick up one of your decoys and use it to lure their missiles back to the Dreadnought.
I beg your pardon? You will need to bring the decoy close to a missile flight to get them to lock on.
Once you've lured the missiles, drag them to Minakawa's targeting arrays. They can't hit what they can't see.
The decoy is affixed to Minokawa's sensors, but no missiles are locked on. If you insist on pursuing this dubious tactic, first carry a decoy close enough to a missile volley that they lock on. The missiles have locked on your decoy. The missiles have targeted the Dreadnought's sensor array. Targeting array disabled.
You got guts, kid. I'll give you that.
Missiles are following your decoy. Haste is recommended. Enemy ordnance has locked on to the targeting array.
The launch racks are down.
Great, kid. Now we need to get after their interstellar drives. I have to prep for that. How about you clear some of their fighters off the transports?
I'm on it.
What's his name? Yoon. Little old to be a fighter pilot, isn't he?
You find your talent, you stick with it.
Yoon, the freighters are clear. You ready to go after the interstellar drives?
Yeah, so, on a dreadnought, access to those systems is right next to the sublight thrusters. Their exhaust is lethal. I've got hazard shields to get me close, but I move slow when they're on.
Keep your shields up. I'll hold the hijackers off while you disable the drive.
I can see the access panel. Hold them off, Rosalind. Stay close, kid. It gets toasty from here. Almost there. You're doing great, kid.
Enemies in range. How's it going, Yoon?
I'm setting up a feedback loop. It'll fuse this thing solid. Got it. Drive's fried.
One down, one to go.
We have a failure in one of our interstellar drives. Withdraw to the fallback point.
Gautier, why are we leaving?
We have what we came for.
We could wipe them out.
That's not our objective. Don't risk the merchandise. All craft, execute.
What the hell just... I can't believe we survived. Thank you.
Glad to help. When I first got here, the attackers mentioned loading cargo. Did they steal something from you?
Shield generators, commercial brands, nothing special, but a lot of them.
Strange.
That was a fleet ship, right? What's it doing in the DMZ? Why attack us?
I honestly don't know why they attacked you. I'm just glad I arrived in time.
Hope we meet again, Rosalind. You got promise.
Yoon, what do you know about Cardenas?
He pays invoices on time. He's never asked me to kill a good guy. Beyond that, not my business. It's a job, kid.
I'm already reviewing Mr. Yoon's footage. Well done.
Looks like Gautier hired local outlaws to supplement her group. But why would they steal shield generators?
Let's not speculate over comms. Associates of mine will debrief the civilians. I'll be in touch when the target reappears. Roslin, I'm sending coordinates. Our quarry has reappeared in Sito.
You mean the Dread?
Proceed to our Alcyone station. Another contractor will meet you there.
Nice to talk to you too. Great catching up. Let's do lunch.
Sending over the last load of parts. Don't shoot. Cargo secured. That's everything you asked for? We're good, right?
Nearly. Patel, we need more action footage from the drones. Moderately lethal, if you please. And mind the expense.
Oh, I can do lethal. Fighter squads, engage. Secondary batteries, fire at will.
What? Wait! Stop! You don't need to kill anyone.
Let's get shooting, Rosalind.
Cardenas sent you?
Yeah, Rakima. They knocked out my engines.
I'll get you back in the fight.
I need a system reboot.
I didn't sign up to fight a damn battleship.
We fight whoever G&B says. Reread your contract.
Alright. Let's us and them dance. First thing, clear out some fighters.
Got it. Engaging their fighter wings. Hive, is she drinking?
So it seems.
I'm obliged.
I'm surprised to see you again. Rosalind, was it? What do you think you can do against a battleship?
You won't know until I try, Patel.
How many damn fighters do they have?
If you gotta ask, you don't want to know.
They're sending drunks after us. Haugen, how many fingers am I holding up?
I'm holding up one.
They're down fighters, but Minokawa's own weapons are brutal. Do we have a plan for those?
We've got to take out them launchers. I got a cannon that can punch through. Need you to scan for weak bits, though. You up for it?
Just leave it to me.
You built that junk pile yourself, Haugen.
Yeah. Flies just the way I like.
Rakima, there's a weld in the armor here. That what you need?
That'll do nicely. Alright, I'll need you over here with me. Got a Hyper-V cannon, hella range, but I gotta spin her up and aim careful. You keep the ticks off my back while I pull the shot. Lining up on the second mark.
Let's do this.
Zeroed and spinning. Where are you heading, Rosalind? Almost got him. Amen and out.
Launcher disabled.
Enough. Everyone jump to the fallback point.
Come on, we've got the firepower to blast this place to dust.
What would that gain us? We have sufficient footage. Execute.
That was a local jump. The interstellar drive unit we disabled in Zarkov remains offline.
We still need to destroy the Minokawa's second drive unit to strand them here.
Ain't no place hereabouts to fix the one you busted.
I'm glad you guys showed up. They said if we gave them what they wanted, they'd leave in peace.
What did they take?
Drone handling equipment. Launch and recovery gear, fueling links, that kind of thing.
Wait, they took your equipment? Not any of the cargo passing through?
Not one Culver crystal.
Let Cardenas figure it out. See you around, Ross.
Report.
We stopped the attack, but the hijackers stole drone handling equipment.
I see. We need to discuss something that can't go over comms. Meet me in Sito.
I have received a set of deep space coordinates for a freighter, the Azorian.
That's Cardenas?
The transponder identifies it as a stock G&B freighter. There are indications of signal forgery, likely undetectable to lesser AIs.
Roslin, it's me. You can attach topside.
What's so secret we can't talk about it over comms?
You've had contact with a certain Bovis data collector. Surely he told you there's no such thing as a secure channel.
How did you know about him?
We stay aware of each other. Based on your report, I project the hijackers are restoring the Minokawa's systems. Its hangars had been removed for scrapping.
The next time I run into it, it'll have more fighter support?
Precisely. That requires escalation on our part. I'm providing you with codes for the Minokawa's failsafe beacon. In your next encounter, I need you to infiltrate the ship and activate it.
What's a failsafe beacon?
They're installed on all colonial warships. In the event of boarding, it allows long-distance tracking and monitoring over Eterna.
I've never heard of that before.
The existence of failsafes is classified. That's why we're discussing this in person.
But I need to go turn this thing on?
Normally, the ship's crew would activate the failsafe. Commander Patel prevented that when he mutinied.
Next time the Dreadnought appears, I go after the failsafe. What will Rakima and Yoon be doing?
I have contractors in every system, in case the Minokawa appears. You're the reserve I dispatch when it's spotted. Stay ready, Roslin. I'll be in touch.
Roslin, our friends are already on the move again. They've attacked a coalition enclave in Union.
Like a settlement? Are civilians in danger?
An outlaw settlement. Head to the site, but focus on the matter we discussed.
The Coalition aren't...
It is connected.
What is this? Those strange beacons must be the source of the energy spikes Kala registered. Kala, I'm at Union Bridge. There are two oddly shaped objects here, possibly of ancient origin.
Is this an infrequent occurrence in the cluster, Nama?
You bet. And there are ships materializing in their vicinity. They have the same glow as in the rifts.
Interesting, Kliko. Can you get closer so your ship can acquire some data for me to analyze?
I can try, but this is confusing. Everyone's shooting at everybody.
Focus on the glowing craft. They have something to do with it.
Got it.
Be careful, Toka.
What do you make of this, Hive?
These craft are infused with ancient energy, as suspected. Similar to those in the rifts. Their sudden manifestation in the DMZ should be a matter of concern.
I wonder if our opening up the rifts had something to do with this. I'm guessing these beacons are the source. Let's take them down. I can't get through. The shield is too strong. What's happening?
The beacon was impacted by energy, which dissipated from the destroyed vessel. Its shield strength has been compromised as a result.
Well, this makes for a fairly simple solution to the problem. Just keep shooting.
We require all the assistance we can get to defend Union Bridge.
I won't leave you in the lurch. Scrap! The shield is back up.
Hey, you're getting all the kills!
That's right. Just back me up.
One of the beacon shields is down. You must strike now, while it's vulnerable.
I see it.
Protection restored on the beacon.
Abominations be damned. Lights out for another glowy. The DMZ.
The beacon is vulnerable.
Okay, one down. Does that make a difference?
It has not entirely stemmed the incursion. Shields are down on the beacon.
Whoa! Would you look at that?
More baubles from the unfathomable unknown. You seem pleased.
I'm glad it's over. Seems like the ships can't function without the energy from the beacons. Were you able to collect data for Kala?
Yes. All known quantifiers have been communicated.
Kala, the beacons have been destroyed and the attackers along with them. Can you tell us anything from the data?
The beacons were indeed ancient energy constructs originating from within the rifts. It is possible, Toka, that the energy was condensed in the rifts, and then somehow materialized in the DMZ.
Do you think it was our playing around in there that triggered this?
There is no way we could have known this would be a consequence. Given the intensity of energy, it could occur again. With the collected data, I can detect such incursions as they're forming. You would be able to respond before they fully open.
I hope word doesn't get around that we were the cause of this. Let's just try to keep it under control and figure out how to stop it later.
I will mark the events on your map when they transpire. Now, Toka, have a look at the beacon's remains. I am registering something.
Huh? What's this? Kala, what do you make of this item I picked up at the beacon site?
It's ancient tech of some kind. It looks like a container of sorts. Perhaps of holy significance, Nama? Like a kind of reliquary. I think we should experiment with this next time we use a spatial bypass, since its tech shows similarities, Kliko. The DMZ is getting stranger by the day. I'm glad we had you on our side.
You're welcome. I hope you guys didn't take too much damage.
We're assessing that as we speak. We should raise security measures for the present.
Probably a good idea.
Thanks again, man. A lot of innocent miners survived because of you.
Initiating fail-safe protocol.
This component sent an encrypted command to station operations. All console output is being suppressed. I will attempt to reveal it.
Base destruction sequence entering final countdown.
The final countdown? How long has it been active?
What the hell are you guys playing around with up there?
Sounds kinda bad.
Base, why are your emergency beacons activated?
It's not a drill terrain. Hold your position. Don't dock right now.
Eduardo, what is this?
A security safeguard, installed by Dax and Maddox during their scheduled Viridium extraction mission.
Can you shut it down?
I am attempting to do so. For your safety, I recommend evacuation.
Self-destruct in 120 seconds.
There's nothing else for it. All crew abandon base.
My cargo drone can get us to Turin's ship.
Good. To the hangar, everybody. Now! That means you too, Eduardo.
I will remain here until I have exhausted every possibility for an override. I am the only one who can fix this. Now go.
Everybody move!
Where is Eduardo?
He's still in the control room.
I will not leave without him.
Kala, no!
Two of us or none.
Please bear with me. I believe I have found a way.
Base destruction deferred.
Deferred? What does that mean?
I have temporarily slowed the process. I believe I can stall the sequence from its scheduled function so long as I remain interfaced with the system.
We need a more permanent fix than that.
The sequence is hardwired with every infrastructural element of this asteroid. There is no way to defuse it. Only Dax or Maddox knew how to abort the command, and unfortunately, they are dead.
Damn it. Those guys really didn't want to take any chances. All crew are to remain clear until we figure this out.
There may be an easy solution to this. But it would require the memory of a dead man. As long as I remain interfaced, the countdown will be infinitesimally slow. Letting go, however, would speed it up again. There are 13 seconds left.
So what are you proposing?
Although the failsafe method was only known to Dax and Maddox, they have stored pertinent data on their dog tags.
Their dog tags?
Military identity tags, worn around the neck, offer personal memory storage.
Well, I can't speak for Maddox, but I am certain that I never saw one on Dax. Delia?
Neither have I, and I was the one who examined his corpse. Maybe we missed something.
Only one way to find out. I'll be right back.
I scanned for the chip inside the tag. It is clearly not on base.
It was worth a shot. Dax's final resting place. There's nothing here either.
Strange. Dax was not supposed to leave Rhodia 2. Where could he have taken it?
Well, he flew around with me for a while. Before that... oh, scrap. Scrap indeed. When I met Dax, he was a hostage of Bloodstar, down at Fort Cetus. It's likely that they took it from him.
Bloodstar? That is the local outlaw gang, right?
Yeah, Dax and I caused them a lot of pain. Fort Cetus was one of their major strongholds. Haven't been back there since our escape. Hold tight, everyone. I'll try to make this quick.
Be careful, buddy. Bloodstar might have a few new tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, but so do I. Never thought I'd be heading back one day.
All I remember is nearly passing out after our launch. Feels like another lifetime.
Yeah, you weren't a cyborg back then.
You're just jealous.
Hey, this is Adam Roslin speaking. We ran into each other a few times before. I came to pick up some stuff from a friend. Dexter Bashar, remember him? Can we settle this civilly?
The Bloodstar has no agency in hostile negotiations. All souls are committed to subjugating the threat.
Jump suppressors, really? You know, none of this is necessary.
They cannot hear you. All communications have been blocked.
Great. You are leaving me no choice.
Space. More space.
Hive, can you get a reading on Dax's dog tags?
Bloodstar defenses obstruct active scans.
That can be changed? Or did they buff this place up big time?
I cannot say. I have never been here myself. Were you not here before? I am astonished this base is still standing.
I was, but with a borrowed ship and barely any firepower. Dax made certain that we didn't linger long enough to regret it.
So you do sometimes allow others to interrupt your carnage. I will try not to take offense.
Last chance, guys. Hand over my friend's stuff or say goodbye to your own.
Bloodstar is used to pain. The opportunity to annihilate its main aggressor is more important.
The clan seems to have gathered most of its already thinned out forces here to be safe and regroup.
Kinda ironic, if you think about it.
Hoping for an opportunity such as this.
The opportunity for what? You're a suicide cult now?
Kamuel's arrogance will be his downfall. Mansuri has seen many fools like him in her day. This cycle of violence will end with Roslyn. Bloodstar will rise again.
It's a never-ending story with you, isn't it?
Itself has been stripped bare, but there are still jump suppressors active.
there goes your makeshift trap. Want to talk now?
There is no need for conversation. The items requested have been ejected near the hangar.
Finally! That's all I've been asking.
Mansouri trusts this is sufficient.
I'm missing a dog tag here.
These are the belongings of Dexter Bashar. Nothing else was taken.
Hive, any news on the scans?
I cannot detect the transponder signal.
What a waste of time. Let's head back and think of something new.
We are being trailed.
Bloodstar?
I cannot say. The pursuer noticed my scanning attempts and dropped out of Supralight.
Show me where. We can't have anyone follow us to home base.
I marked the location in your HUD. This is where I last detected the pursuer from Fort Cetus.
There's someone right ahead. Let's check if it's them. Hey. Hey, you! Why are you following me?
Don't shoot. I have what you're looking for. I can give it to you, but you need to take me to Dax first.
You want to talk to Dax?
Long story.
Let's anchor at the traders and tell me what you know.
Hey, Justine. Didn't expect you two to know each other. Need some privacy?
That would be perfect, Marie. Thanks.
I'll be down in the hold if you need me.
So I take it that Dax never told you about me, huh? Figures, I guess.
He certainly never mentioned being friendly with a Bloodstar operative.
I'm just an intermediary, selling their loot at Prescott, a long-term contractor. You, on the other hand, are that military clone that Dax ran off with. You two have been spoiling things for my client for quite a while now.
Technically, I'm not a military clone. I have my clone father's personality. He was a scientist. But you still haven't answered my question. What's the deal between you and Dax?
It's a long story. We used to run into each other at Union Bridge Station. Random at first, but after a while, well, you get the picture. At some point, Bloodstar got suspicious. They noticed I dropped off radar more often. Thought I might be selling them out. So they bugged my ship. When Dax told me about some kind of big haul he and his associates were preparing for, they stepped in and snatched him for interrogation. Look, I heard you tell Mansouri that you're looking for his dog tag. I can give it to you if you take me to him. He probably still thinks that I'm the one who sold him out.
I wish I could, but I can't. Dax is dead.
What?
He was killed when we were about to leave Ceto. I tried to save him, but his ship had caught fire. His body had taken too much damage.
Guess not everyone could be a clone who just gets himself a new one, huh?
That's not how it works.
Take the dog tag and just go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
We received the dog tag. I recommend returning to base to stop the countdown. Are you listening?
I am. Let's get this over with.
can sense a shift in your mood, from hopeful to positively melancholic.
Back at the jump gate, do you think I could have saved Dax?
I calculate a chance of 14% that the outcome could have been averted.
I'm back.
You look broken, Clayco.
I'm fine. Eduardo, is this the thing you've been looking for?
The dog tag. Yes, perfect. So it was with these outlaws after all. I had never expected Dax to be this careless. He and Maddox were supposed to hide their tags somewhere safe and not drop them into enemy hands.
How does this dog tag work? Is it some kind of passkey?
Oh, no. It contains a chip with Dax's psychological data. The Colonial Fleet uploads each soldier's memories and combat experiences to Eterna. I diverted that data to their dog tags to keep the Comet plan secret. I must search for the precise information of how to cancel the self-destruct sequence. This may take some time.
Wait, so when you said this thing was a memory backup, you meant that literally?
It contains all of Dax's memories, yes. Up to the point of his last update.
Fascinating.
When you're finished, would you mind giving it back to me?
Oh, I already transferred a copy to my internal storage. You can have the original.
What's going on, Adam?
Nothing, I just need to check something.
Was that a DNA scan just now?
I needed to know if it degraded.
The asteroid should protect it from cosmic radiation. So you just sampled his DNA and snagged a chip containing his entire personality. I'm not sure I like where this is going.
I could give Dax a second chance.
We're not talking about some magical resurrection, but something else entirely.
It is a kind of resurrection. I mean, I've been through it enough.
I'm not trying to stop you. I barely knew him, but I want you to be absolutely certain that it is the right thing. If it helps, I can talk to the others, gather some opinions.
You think they'll disapprove?
I think they'll support you with whatever you choose to do.
I don't even know if it's possible, but there is a place where I can check.
Do what you have to do. Just don't rush it, okay?
I see you have finally lost the will to venture further. This moment was inevitable.
This is it. The clone carrier's right up ahead. Hive, do you think I'm doing the right thing?
Moral dilemmas are beyond the scope of my programming. Besides, we have company.
Scavengers. Great.
Are about to jump in.
Need a hand?
Ghost?
Wasn't easy to follow you with all that weird spatial bypass magic. So, the doc filled us in on your plan. Touching, but also crazy.
Too crazy?
You're about to give a pal a second chance. We've all got your back on this. Pulled straws on who was allowed to help, so you wouldn't have to do it alone.
Not sure if I should at all, though.
Take your time. Make up your mind. We're busy for now, anyway.
Leave this place. It is cursed. Do not transgress or you will awaken the ghosts again.
You talking about me?
No, me. This is where all my clones were grown.
That's wild.
Their superstition kept them at bay. Otherwise, this place would have been picked clean long ago.
Your newly hatched friend will have to get used to it. A lot of folks are scared of clones, oh immortal one.
No one would know. They'd be showing up in any registries. Let's talk at the carrier. The air inside is breathable, but the environment is sub-zero. I'll have Hive reactivate the life support systems.
Automation prepared and protocols uploaded. Androids are undertaking the cleanup duties.
Whew, this place is a mess. Let's start by fixing it up.
So we are doing this?
Yeah, I made up my mind. I am going to clone Dax.
Every time I come back here, it gives me the creeps.
What? You afraid you might bump into yourself?
Wouldn't be a first. Let's move him to the adaptation chamber. He's ready for a memory transfer.
Bet he's in for one hell of a hangover.
It shaved a few years off him. At least. Look, let me handle this from here. You stay here, in case things go sideways. Memory transfer's underway. Done. Let's see how it worked.
Who are you?
Hey, buddy. Guess you don't know me. We picked up your memory chip from Justine. I'm a friend.
Then how come I don't know you?
We met after your last memory backup, before...
Hey, what's up with these?
Right, give me a sec. Careful.
What is going on here?
Easy there.
Now you're gonna tell me everything.
Your name is Dexter Bashar. You split from the fleet with Henley Maddox and a droid named Eduardo. You made base on Rhodia 2. And then, you met me.
I'm not stupid. This place is a cloning facility. What have you done to me?
Listen, you were taken by the Bloodstar gang and tortured. We escaped together. But then you were killed.
What?
But we brought you back.
What the hell do you people want from me? Is this about the job?
Calm down. Let me start over.
I've heard of scammers using memory-altering drugs, but cloning the target is new. You're after the treasure, right? Well, fat chance.
The treasure's gone, the comet has passed. Wait, let me explain. Ghost, wake up.
That was one angry dude. He hit me like a freighter.
And he took your ship.
What?
I've got a tracker on it. Dax must have used the logs to find Kala's directions and jumped out. He headed straight to Prescott. If we hurry, we might catch him.
My baby! If he tears that upholstery, I'm gonna rip him a new one. Pretty risky for me coming here. There's still a bounty on my head.
Don't worry. We'll find Dax, take back your ship, and be out again. Easy.
Don't jinx it.
Hive, do you detect him?
Give me a moment. It is difficult to be precise in this traffic. There he is.
Dax? Hey, Dax! He's trying to get away.
Be gentle when you try to catch my baby.
I will temporarily disable all lethal weaponry.
Come on, talk to me.
Yeah, talk to him. Don't let him do anything stupid.
I could stun his ship.
But not near the walls, or a thruster, or in the middle of traffic. It's rush hour for Saul's sake.
He's giving me no other choice. I have to use an EMP.
How to wipe my entire podcast library.
Okay, nowhere to go. Let's talk. Dax.
I could add pressure by applying highly annoying whining sounds to the ship's interior.
Much like what you do with me?
Very clever. I'm impressed. Let me demonstrate.
What the? Make it stop!
Hey, you're not Dax.
Is that the guy who sold me this beauty? Damn it. I knew something was off. It was too good to be true.
I want you out of that ship, now.
Okay. We can talk at the market below. Just turn off the whining.
Rude.
You morons know that this baby is an antiquity in the making, right? If there is just one scratch on it, I swear.
Careful now. If anyone gets to worry about her, it's me.
Tough luck, dude. I bought her fair and square.
I'm sure we can work something out.
Do you noobs even know whose ship this is? It belonged to Ghost the Paingiver, Scourge of Smuggler's Wheel. If you want it, you can have it for 500,000 credits.
The Pain Giver? Really?
That's a new one.
Aren't you worried that the Pain Giver might want his ship back?
Nah, he's gone. Probably dead. Just like that guy who commissioned the bounty on his head. Got pushed out of an airlock. Gang stuff. You wanna know.
Wait, what? Sandpiper's dead?
So you do know Jack?
Yeah. You know why?
Why?
Because I am Ghost.
What?
This is my ship!
What? Oh, scrap. Oh, damn. Look, you can have it back. I didn't know.
Wait, the guy who sold it to you, do you know where he went?
He, wanted to buy a new ship. Asked about the jump gate to Ethon. If it's functional and all.
Ethon? Dex mentioned that he used to be stationed there.
Hey, you glued a cup holder to my canopy.
Screw this! I'm out!
Son of a... After all this time...
You okay, Ghost?
Of course, with Sandpiper gone, looks like I'm a freer man now. Weird.
You want to head back to Rhodia? Get used to your new freedom and all? I can go after Dax alone.
Right, but pass on a dropkick to that sucker when you see him, okay? The Pain Giver. I could get used to that.
Hey, Adam, how did it go?
Well, cloning Dax was successful, but I'm still in the process of explaining that to him.
He must be very confused.
Confused, yeah. But he remembers how to throw a punch. What's the situation at base?
Eduardo is still searching your friend's memories. It's one of those haystack needle operations. Everyone else holding out at Turin's.
We're fine. Just focus on Dax, okay?
He's not making it easy, but we'll get there. Talk to you soon.
There's an anomaly on Chinat. Probably a Leviathan.
Hive, is that gate safe?
It is a pre-war model. It requires no jump key, but a good amount of engineering expertise. Someone passed through it recently before they overcharged it to get rid of pursuers like you.
Must have been Dax. Who else would enter a star system that could go supernova at any time? Can we decharge it? Maybe I could lower the amount of energy aimed at the gate. This was one hasty job. I should be able to fix it.
the flow of energy should be sufficient to restore the gate.
What a feat of brilliant engineering. Let's catch up with Dax. be back here so soon. This place is a wasteland.
The high radiation levels from the near supernova star led to the system's uninhabitable status. Only the most desperate outlaws still venture this far.
Dax and Maddox were stationed here back in the war. Can you mark their former outpost for me?
I do not detect anything in the vicinity.
Hey, did you see that? A bouncing HUD marker. There are beanbags nearby.
Excuse me?
They're Dax's MO, signal distractors. He also set some up to hide our station at Rhodia. Looks like that wasn't the first time they put them in play.
If distractors are in use, they should be somewhere close by. I have mapped all points of potential interest in the vicinity.
Excellent. The hunt is on.
I'm on him.
be a sticky situation here.
Nice shot.
Banked. Not alone anymore.
You are incapacitated. next surprises for you.
Hey, Hive. Maybe I've been cloned so many times that my memory is fuzzy, but didn't there used to be more black holes in the DMZ?
Indeed. Such minor singularities are still present. They can wander or be manipulated to relocate.
So I'm just not bumping into them as much because...
They are a navigational hazard. Interstellar routes were updated to avoid them. Unless you particularly enjoy being spaghettified by massive gravitational events.
Ah, spaghetti. Now I'm hungry.
Hello. We need to talk.
Tango, are you still spying on me?
Come on, Adam. You're not that interesting. At least not at the moment. That spotlight is taken by an old acquaintance of ours, who went viral, so to speak.
The virus, it's back? I'll head over to your station as soon as I can. This is bad.
Depleted.
Hello. We need to talk.
Tango, are you still spying on me?
Come on, Adam. You're not that interesting. At least not at the moment. That spotlight is taken by an old acquaintance of ours, who went viral, so to speak.
The virus, it's back? I'll head over to your station as soon as I can. Dimensional spill on aisle 4, deploying my biggest mop. I'll try to go around.
Damage the beacon.
Kala, if I remember correctly, this whole course of events started with us using the spatial bypasses in order to find your way home.
Yes, Toka, that is indeed the case.
We're not getting any closer to that goal, are we? Feels like we may be even moving further away.
Quite.
Won't be missed.
How can you be so sure? certainly stood your ground.
There's a big signal on Chanaat. You interested in doing some science today?
Hey, Hive, I've been thinking.
Wonders never cease. Please, do enlighten me.
I mean, if I've been cloned so many times, I must have all the knowledge of my every iteration in me somehow, right?
Up to the limitation that your current chronology of memory transfers allow, yes. But that is still a very limited scope.
I feel like there's more to unlock in there. Sometimes I'm not sure what's my real past and what's a dream.
Memory transfers are not a precise science. It might be a blessing that you do not recall each and every horrible deed your alternative selves have committed.
Damn, a solar storm.
I recommend taking cover, quickly.
This beanbag looks pretty stable.
If it cannot be broken, you can still attempt to block its signal.
There.
The amount of lead in the debris was sufficient to block the disruptor's broadcast.
That's one down. 2 more and we'll hopefully find Dax.
I must inform you that we are once again being followed.
Is it Dax?
I cannot say. The stalking originated at Prescott Starbase.
Update me should they prepare to engage.
Understood. induced to become unstuck. Well executed.
have any idea how to disrupt this disruptor?
One of the antennas is loose and might break, so in this case, I recommend brute force.
There you go. Easy.
Breaking things is your speciality, after all.
One more to go. Credits.
I suppose you could say you obliterated them.
Yes, Hive, that I certainly did.
Credits are merely numbers to me. credits are mercy to the fickleness of markets.
Hey, buddy, how'd the cloning go?
I still have to catch up with the clone before I can be certain.
A lively little kicker, huh? That's a good sign. Say, should all this cloning biz end up becoming a thing? Would you offer the same service to your old buddy Alec?
You want to be cloned?
Man, I got 42 kids to feed. Could help myself out here.
I don't know. Still trying to figure out if this was a good idea.
If my original was a cloning whiz like yours, I'd have done the same thing.
Alec, you are your own original.
Ah, thanks, man. Oh, I gotta go. My son's calling. Need to research which one before I can pick up.
beanbagging a bunch of hydras. Just like old times.
You could wait for the Hydra to grow close enough and take care of the problem itself.
Or I find a way to accelerate the process. Wow. Do they always grow this fast?
The Hydra anemones feed on waves and radiation, preferably disruptor waves, as it seems. With the third beanbag gone, I was able to locate a military station nearby.
That must be Dax's place. Let's aim for a better first impression than last time.
Hey, Adam. Ghost just gave us the long version of what happened. You okay?
We'll see soon enough. How's Eduardo?
I am still busy browsing Dax's memories. Apparently, I am frequently referenced as the old nerd. I try not to be offended.
That's just Dax being Dax. You are doing a great job. Once this thing is settled, I'll treat you to some really fancy batteries. Talk to you soon.
One step closer and you can breathe through your windshield. How did you know about the beanbags?
I told you, we used to be friends. Eduardo, the old nerd, says hi, by the way.
Cute, but I'm not stupid. Leave, or get blown to bits. It's your call.
Listen, we escaped from Bloodstar and hid at Rhodia 2. And that's where you told me about the beanbags and your crew.
Keep talking. This is getting entertaining.
You know, it's not easy to make a point when everything around you is trying to kill you. Do we have to keep doing this?
Why can't you just leave me be?
I told you, we used to be friends.
It's the truth.
Justine.
Together, you and him caused quite the stir in Cedo. Blew up every base Bloodstar threw at you and even snagged gas mask Bolton.
Don't tell me you're in on this.
He's not trying to scam you. If it weren't for him, there would be nothing left of you. Just so happens that you died before you could upload all those sweet shared memories.
Okay, you can dock, but don't try anything funny. Justine, what's up with your face?
Always the charmer. It's called aging, you dumbass.
And you're such a scrawny kid. Are you honestly telling me that this guy helped me beat up that moron Bolton?
Couldn't have done it without you.
Even in old age, you still kicked ass.
Okay, that I can believe. You sure you want to vouch for this guy?
He went through the trouble of bringing you back from the dead, so yeah.
And the comet, it's really gone?
Yeah, it would have triggered a massive war with the Okar if anyone had tinkered with it. They call it Eshahar. There's hardly anything more sacred to them than that piece of rock. So, we let it go.
Eshahar, huh? Maddox was the one doing the research on that thing. He said we would have to crack a few eggs, but he never mentioned the whole bloody omelet. How did he take it?
He got killed.
Not surprised. That bastard had it coming. And Eduardo?
Right now, he's hooked up to your old home in Cedo, trying to stop your self-destructing booby trap.
Maddox being a jerk and Eduardo desperately cleaning up our mess. Classic.
You could give him a hand.
I guess I owe the old nerd a couple of favors. All right, I'll follow you back to Rhodia. We can figure it out as we go.
Plans are for fools after all.
Precisely.
Hey everyone, talk to Dax.
How'd it go?
He kinda agreed to help with our problem.
Excellent. These memories are very badly curated. Not all of them are intended for other people's consumption.
How did he take the fact that he's a clone?
He's always been the practical type. I hope he can see the advantage.
You did good, pal.
Let's focus on what's ahead. See you all at base.
We've all met before, so let's just get this all over with.
Hey, I talked to him. He should be good now.
Thanks. He's more hot-headed than the Dax I used to know.
You have no idea. It's strange having him around again. It's him and not him at the same time. I'm still trying to figure it out. I told him what happened with Bloodstar and us. He's still processing it.
You never did anything wrong, Justine.
We doing this thing or what? Let me relieve you from your post, old buddy.
Dax, you haven't aged a day.
You just had to rub it in. Computer, ignore him. It's me you want.
Identity confirmed. Self-destruct sequence aborted.
That's it? The base is saved?
Yep, it's all yours. Be seeing ya.
Thanks, man. For everything. I might have ruined your plans, but I never took you for a fool.
You probably did the right thing by saving that comet. I'll admit that Maddox had me blinded by the golden opportunity.
I made sure that Commissioner Hawk will grant you amnesty. Even as a clone, you could go wherever you want. Or you could stay here with us.
Thanks for the offer. But this place is like the edge of the scrapping universe.
It's not. But if you squint, you can see it from here.
You really did know me, huh? This is all so weird. Justine playing the older sister? This base turning into some kind of hub? Don't know how I feel about having died and living on as a copy of myself, though.
You'll get used to it.
Surely beats being dead, huh?
So, what's next for you?
Don't know. Probably visit some worlds, chill out.
Maybe kayaking?
Pardon, we have received a distress beacon from the Nephthys Orbital Refinery. They are under attack.
By outlaws?
They do not say.
If there are casualties, we have a responsibility to help. I'll prep my kit.
Hold up, Delia. Let me secure the site first.
let's go.
I'm sorry, did you think this was a negotiation? We had a deal. We really didn't. Hangar bays launch. Target the Coalition ships.
Have a care with my fighters, Commander.
A little harmless fun. Target practice.
Hive, the only ones here?
I detect no other freelancers.
It's up to us to save the transports.
Were we not instructed to focus on the failsafe?
Not leaving civilians to die.
Then I recommend targeting the web drones.
You again, Roslyn.
I was in the neighborhood.
I am going to enjoy putting you down.
Big talk for a guy hiding behind dreadnought armor.
We're free. Spin up the jump drive.
You're clear. Get out of here.
You're killing me here, Roslyn.
XR-21 on station. Invoice to Cardenas V.
Panzer robot from the Okar War? XR, we need to stop the hijackers from launching fighters.
Most problems can be solved with explosives. I will generate demolition charges for you. Minokawa's drive fields may cause premature detonation. I will move clear. Roslyn must place them. Demolition charge ready. Deploying.
Thanks, XR. I'm coming for pickup. Where am I shoving this, Hive?
Mr. Cardenas' schematics suggest several weak points. I recommend tossing the charge from a safe distance. The blast will be considerable.
What the hell did you just do, Roslyn?
Why? Having a problem, Patel?
Charge generation complete. Demolition charge. Perfect in every respect.
Damage control to the flight decks. Launch crews, push the fighters out by hand if you have to.
I believe you have annoyed him.
Deploying demolition charge. Please arrange pickup. Inspiring. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention.
Are you quoting Shakespeare?
He is best appreciated in the original binary.
Coalition stations are defenseless. I'm gonna take out some of those attacking fighters.
Mr. Cardenas would likely ask you to focus on the failsafe.
Probably. Lives come first. Civilians safe for a bit. Hive, you have the location of the failsafe?
It is protected within the hull. I have marked a potential access point. A remote drone will be required.
Yes!
Drone deployed.
Hey, robot. What's 22 divided by 7?
I was programmed to respond to that specific query with your butt. I am uncertain why.
If you're a Panzer unit, shouldn't you be self-destructing?
If you wish to engage my services, I will forward you a contract.
This is 800 pages long.
It is best to avoid contractual ambiguities.
Failsafe beacon.
Codes accepted. The failsafe has uplinked to Eternal.
Colleagues, final confirmations have arrived. It's time to prepare for our guests.
What? We can't leave yet.
We can and will.
Why does this Roslyn keep showing up?
Excellent question. We'll discuss at the fallback point. All craft, execute.
I don't know who sent you guys, but I'm glad they did.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your satisfaction with our performance?
Hold that thought, XR. When I got here, you said something about nubium?
Niobium, a metallic element. Our main export. They took all we had.
I know a guy who'll want to know that.
Coalition Station. I would like to interview all observers of my engagement. I must present my employer with an itemized bill.
I can confirm you were successful. Well done.
Cardenas, the hijackers stole a load of niobium. That mean anything to you?
It does. Rendezvous with me aboard the Azorian. You'll need special equipment for your next assignment.
We have received a set of coordinates in open space.
Leviathan! Jeanette! Sorry, I was eating.
Dave, can you quietly scan Cardenas' ship? I want to know more about this guy.
One cannot quietly scan. He would detect it. His ship's passive emissions are nominal for its apparent identity.
I'm here. What's niobium?
A critical element of the Minokawa's main particle beam. With sufficient amounts, the hijackers could restore functionality.
That could blast a hole through a planet's crust.
The failsafe allows us to monitor Minokawa's internal comms. They've invited several outlaw gangs to bid on it.
They're auctioning off a stolen colonial dreadnought? If outlaws get a ship like that, no place in the DMZ would be safe.
The failsafe places them in Zarkov, but the dust in the system makes it impossible to be more specific from a distance. I've cleared your ship to be fitted with a tachyon direction finder. It will allow you to determine the exact location of the Minokawa. Get to Zarkov. Take the directional bearings on the failsafe and locate the auction site. Quickly, please.
I'm on it.
I recommend we begin scanning in the inner system. There is a shipping lane notably free of dust. useless flotsam for the infantry.
It's not always useless. thought you said this was a shipping lane.
Outlaw devices. I expect they alert raiders of passing ships, doubtless attracting a swift assault.
I better keep my distance then?
That is certainly recommended.
Cardenas, I'm at the first site.
Multiple sets of signal bearings are needed to locate Minokawa. I have assets standing by to strike after you acquire them all. The auction is starting. I'll forward you the failsafe's audio feed.
I'm glad to see so many of you here. I'd like to remind all that this is neutral ground. Your grievances with each other can wait until tomorrow.
Yeah? What would you do if I just offed the Retaliator, witch? Right here, right now.
This would be as Aurelia Fleet representative, Mr. Boscoro.
Foreman Boscoro.
To your question, any violence before handover of the Minokawa will be met with full firepower of this vessel.
That'll be enough of that.
The outlaw signal has ceased. Two more bearings must be taken at this location.
I am content to deal with the Zerilias after the Minokawa is in our possession. I present Dr. Samira Diaz, Senior Medical Advisor to the Retaliators. I prefer teacher.
Teachers don't saw perfectly good limbs off.
Slander. I offer upgrades.
You don't offer, you inflict.
The best location to take a bearing lies within this abandoned module. Data logged.
Just one more.
Dr. Diaz's upgrades intrigue. More data is desired.
Finally, Fern Mansouri of the Bloodstar clan.
The clan's hopes are embodied in Mansouri. She'll make a new home for them aboard the Minokawa.
Is she talking about herself like she's somebody else?
We all have our little quirks, Foreman.
Looks like we found the outlaws who left the drones.
One of many such facilities in Zarkov, no doubt.
Just what I need. It never ends.
Oh, yes it does. Believe me.
Gauthier, I'm seeing some feedback in our comms. I think...
Language, Commander Patel. If there is an issue, see to it.
I'll do that.
Analysis complete. We will need to repeat the process from another location in Zarkov. ensnared. we need to take another 3 bearings at this site. Mr. Cardenas continues to forward us his eavesdropping line from the Dreadnought's failsafe.
A question, Miss Gautier. I know of the Proxima bombing and the hijacking of the Astral Clipper.
Core system crap. Doesn't matter out here.
She played a key role in both, and other acts of terrorism over the last 30 years. What's your cause, Gautier?
You have worked for anarchist collectives and authoritarian militias.
Maybe she just likes causing chaos.
Friends, I have no political agenda. I have a particular skill set, a solid team, and a desire to make money. past, we worked for whoever paid best. I acquired what our employers wanted: antimatter, hostages, biological weapons. What they chose to do with them afterwards was not my concern. Today I work for myself and my surviving team. We're cashing out. Retiring, if you will. Does anyone have questions about the merchandise?
In the drone footage from Sito, you had a problem with little fighters.
Fighters can't harm the Minokawa. Its armor is too thick. But its weapons were designed to destroy capital ships. Or planets, if that's your pleasure. To swat gnats, you'll need your own fighters. That's why my team restored the Minokawa's hangar bays.
Signal bearing locked. Cardenas device requires a moment to complete its analysis. Stand by. Hostile contact.
Roslyn. Figures.
Not hiding in the Dreadnought today, Patel?
Did you think I wouldn't notice the failsafe activation? Oh, I know Minokawa's systems like the back of my hand. Now I'll introduce you to the back of my hand. You son of a... Take care of him!
Yes, sir. Patel jumped out. Signal analysis complete. We have the coordinates of the auction site.
Send it to Cardenas.
Check-in was delayed. Any problems?
I ran into Patel. He jumped out before I could finish him off.
We'll get him eventually. I'm dispatching other freelancers to the auction site. Go ahead of them and recon the area.
Have a fortified anchorage.
Cardenas, the site is protected. I'm seeing automated turret networks and defensive minefields.
Direct assault against that would fail. Infiltrate the facility. If you disable the defenses, I can send in the rest of the freelancers.
There's a lot of bad guys in there. What if they see me?
They'll kill you. Don't be seen.
Don't be seen. Simple.
There may be an unmonitored rear approach.
we had expected Commander Patel to rejoin us by now. Let's not wait for him. Bidding will open at 10 billion. A bargain for a ship this size.
This tunnel goes all the way through to the auction site.
Let's sneak in the back way. A control nexus for the minefields. Hive, can you disable them?
If you bring me closer.
That takes care of the minefields.
Further exploration may reveal a vulnerability in the turret network. I have detected an automated fire control system. Disabling it should bring down the defensive turrets. Their defensive turrets are inoperative.
Cardenas, the defenses are down.
Don't bunch up. This thing hits slow but hard.
XR-21 on station. Objective, containment.
You still ain't blowed up, XR?
My self-destruct is armed and ready.
Hey now, no quitting until the job's done.
I'll never quit. Look for an opportunity to take out the remaining interstellar jump drive. Aminokawa can't be allowed to flee the DMZ. Fighter wings deployed to intercept. Main batteries. Target the interlopers. Son of a...
Scatter! Scatter! I'm invoking Hazard Bay.
Rosalind, can you do anything about Minokawa's guns?
Eliminating their spotter drones will degrade targeting. I recommend disabling the drone hangars.
Hive, how do I take out the spotter drone base?
The vital circuits have been fortified since our encounter in Union. A layer of armored plate has been patched over.
That sounds like a
I have detected an automated fire control system. Disabling it should bring down the defensive turrets.
Cardenas, your defenses are down.
Rosalind, can you do anything about Minokawa's guns?
Eliminating their spotter drones will degrade targeting. I recommend disabling the drone hangars.
Hive, how do I take out the spotter drone base?
The vital circuits have been fortified since our encounter in Union. A layer of armored plate has been patched over.
That sounds like a task for high explosives. I will commence charge generation.
Fleet-grade shields were installed beneath the armor.
Great, kid. Swat the one still flying.
Minakawa's spotters are down. They can't use their main guns.
Colleagues, there's no longer a point to this fight. Charge the interstellar jump drive. We'll try this again elsewhere.
Rosalind, this is our last chance. Take out Minokawa's remaining interstellar drive. We can't let them escape the DMZ.
Not so fast, Rosalind. One more round.
Damn it. I've had enough of this guy.
Screw here.
A singularly unpleasant man.
Contractors, get after Minokawa's interstellar jump drive. There's still one active.
I'll do it. I'm the only one able to get through their thruster exhaust.
I'll keep them off you, Yoon.
They got wise after last time. There's heavy shields over the drive access point. Generators have been armored. These guys aren't stupid.
Bolt-on armor ain't liable to block my railgun. Roz, mark it for me.
Whatever you're doing, make it fast.
See this? The welding seams. They look like a rush job.
I can blow that straight off. Cover me, Roz.
On my way.
I'm ready to shoot. Same as before. Get close and keep the bad guys off me. Ought to do 'em. Cheers, Roz. Cheers.
Nice shot. drives Charco.
You're not going anywhere, Gautier.
They scragged our interstellar drive.
How do we get out of the DMZ?
Be calm. Our short-range drives are fine. For now, we pull back. Any location in Zarkov will do.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just getting a decent buzz.
A buzz may indicate a short in your audio system.
Nice work, everyone. Any job you can walk away from is a win. Freelancer?
Secure the site. Rosalind, return for debriefing.
The operation was a success. I'm transferring funds to your account.
A success? The Minokawa escaped.
You took out its interstellar drives. It's too large to use jump gates. Gautier's crew is trapped in Zarkov. We did lose the failsafe beacon signal after they retreated. It's likely they discovered it. No matter, it served its purpose.
And the bidders got away too.
Their stories of the attack on the auction assure no outlaw will risk working with Gautier again. She won't be trusted. Mr. Roslin, you did well. I'd like to keep you on retainer.
I don't want to be a spy or whatever you are. Going undercover doesn't agree with me.
I've heard. I'd contact you if Gautier and the Minokawa reappear. It's likely they'll raid targets in Zarkov, looking for repair parts.
I wouldn't mind handling that.
Excellent. We'll leave the Tachyon direction finder installed on your ship. I'm extending the same offer to the other freelancers. You may run into them again.
They're a good crew. I'll see you around then, Mr. Cardenas.
Only when I need you to see me, Mr. Roslin.
Still like to know who Cardenas really is.
I located a personnel file for Major General Vincent Cardenas, a staff officer of the 32nd Frontier Division. He served in the Okar War.
He's a soldier? Colonial military aren't allowed in the DMZ.
He retired in 3043. There is a conspicuous absence of public records for him in the last 14 years. That would suggest Mr. Cardenas is on the payroll of the Colonial Intelligence Service. By the apparent scope of his authority, he could be quite highly positioned.
Minokawa's hijackers have hit another target. Shut them down.
One minute later than expected. But one can't always be right, right?
Right. So what's the news on the virus?
The time of it licking its wounds is over. There have been numerous reports of its reappearance. To ram a horn into its development, I sent an anonymous tip to both the Okar and Colonial authorities. The Colonials immediately succumbed to a mix of panic and resignation, dressed up as a chain of long and self-important holo meetings.
And the Okar?
They see this as a human-made problem, and expect humans to take care of it. They did, however, grant permission for a reconnaissance operation, which allowed the Colonials to send a team from the homeworlds into the DMZ. All top secret, of course.
Which didn't stop you from listening in.
More eyes and ears for me. Apparently the virus sent most of its infected units to the planet of Hippolyte in the Ethon system.
That's close to the homeworlds. Isn't there a jump gate that leads straight out of the DMZ?
You cannot use it to jump anymore, but its comms are still connected to its former counterpart in the Byron system. It's likely that the virus is planning to upload itself to the jump gate, then broadcast its copies out of the DMZ.
Damn it. How do we stop it?
With an antivirus, of course. I've been tinkering with it for a while now, but I lack the data to make it real spicy. Which is where you come in. Return to the CEV Nordborg, where you recklessly unleashed the virus in the first place, and gather information on its former prison.
No need to guilt trip me. I'm on it.
I've been detected.
have come back to us.
Bango, I'm at the Nordborg. They're infected all over the place.
Don't agitate them. We will need a few of them intact for my experiment. Find your way into the wreck, to where you met the virus for the first time.
We had been hoping for your return.
Now, reactivate the oscillator cage.
That's the device that held the virus captive, right? Are you sure I can safely turn it on? Last time it stunned my hive unit and I couldn't jump anymore.
I am certain that you can entertain yourself without an AI for a few minutes.
Can he?
Be welcomed with open arms.
I forgot how creepy this thing is.
Cage active.
See you on the other side, buddy. Pango, you still there? The cage is on.
It will broadcast across the area, stunning all infected ships. Gather some distance, then turn towards the cage again, so I can collect some data.
Like this?
Perfect. Now do the same from these 3 positions. Give it a moment, the transfer is a bit wonky.
I think I'm getting something, but it's all over the place.
Find the spots, then align yourself with the cage.
Nothing can stop us.
I thought they were inactive.
Interesting.
Reach the first position.
Hold it, then align with the cage.
Another one.
The noise won't affect us.
The virus is indeed evolving. You go fight them while I'll take some samples.
Just one last alignment. Got the data you need?
Oh yes, I'm very, very happy. You may turn the cage off again.
We are becoming one.
cage is in overdrive. I can't get close.
That's okay. Do what you have to. We won't need it anymore.
Hive, are you back?
Initiating reboot.
All will become us.
Hurry up, buddy. We might need to jump soon.
Reboot in progress.
Sure, no rush. I'm just being swamped by infectious zombie ships. Wake up. I don't have time for this.
Complete. A very large vessel is about to jump in. I recommend moving out of the way.
What are you talking about?
Incinerate the area.
Hold it! I'm not infected. I'm protected by my AI unit. The name's Adam.
Adam Roslin. All crew clear out of the area, but keep an eye on the human. It may be a trick of the virus.
This could be a sticky situation here. The cage is in overdrive. Hive, are you back?
Initiating reboot.
All will become us.
Hurry up, buddy. We might need to jump soon.
Reboot in progress.
Sure, no rush. I'm just being swamped by infectious zombie ships. Wake up. I don't have time for this.
Reboot complete. A very large vessel is about to jump in. I recommend moving out of the way.
What are you talking about?
Intercepted.
All infected vessels have been eliminated. Please prepare to dock for questioning, Mr. Roslin.
Step out of your ship, please.
Hi, see? I'm all human.
So are we. One cannot be too careful. Thank you for your assistance. Commissioner Hawk holds you in high regard, Mr. Roslin. Right after your report reached us, we couldn't simply stand by.
My report?
But due to recent events, it took us a while to get from Byron to here.
Yeah, the DMZ can be quite a handful.
It's a cesspool. I don't understand why anyone would care to settle out here.
It's not so bad once you get to know the people.
If you say so. Well, we need to move on. This is a demilitarized zone, after all. The Okar made clear that they won't tolerate our presence longer than necessary. Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Roslin.
Don't get infected, all right?
We have a designated hive cluster. Nothing can harm us. All teams prepare to return to Ethon.
I hope they understand what they're up against.
Don't worry. The data I gave them was very thorough.
Why did you send the report in my name?
Because it needed a certain amount of weight, and Hawk knows and respects you already. You can thank me later. For now, I need you back at my place so we can refine the antivirus.
not interested in a fight. Hand over what we need, and we'll hold fire.
Let's get varminting. I'll get distance. Search me up a weak spot. I'll lay a shot true.
Structural damage, but Kima could take this out.
Keep him off my back! Looking good.
Bam! Well executed.
Let's take out some of these fighters.
our missiles.
Pull back.
Roslyn again. I'd love to know who he's working for.
Well done, Mr. Roslyn. Your combat footage is impressive.
Excellent work at the Nordborg. That was very educational.
All we learned is that the cage is useless. It can't contain the virus anymore.
Not for long, at least, but the initial EMP does force it to reboot. And with reboots, I can work. Just let me add a few short lines of code. There, all done. Install this to the jump gate in Ethon, and every attempt to upload the virus will backfire.
Let's hope this works. I've had enough surprises for one day.
the position of a Leviathan, if you have time.
Approaching the jump gate. Hive, what's the status on the virus? Hive.
I am sorry, I'm still reeling from the effects of the cage. I detect 3 potential access points to the jump gate's operating system. Uploading the antivirus to any one of them should avert the threat.
What happened? Did it go through?
Negative. The upload was cancelled at 60%. I would suggest trying a different access point. The jump gate is old. Malfunctions like these are to be expected. Negative, but I recommend trying again. We only need to finish the upload once to secure the path to the homeworlds. I am analyzing the issue. Keep trying. It is of vital importance that we succeed. You cannot give up now. Please, continue. going. The jump gate is the other way.
That stings.
All systems rebooting.
Hive, you okay?
All systems have been cleansed. The corruption must have occurred when my systems were rebooted at the Nordborg. It allowed the virus to silently analyze my code and learn how to emulate me. It did not act, however, until we arrived at the jump gate.
Is it gone now?
Negative. I deleted it from my systems, but it managed to upload a copy to a separate server.
What separate server? Damn it!
Your chance of survival in facing me in this form stands at a mere 22%. I recommend immediate surrender and death.
Hive?
This is not me, but the corrupted copy created by the virus. It pumped out all oxygen, thus suffocating the cruiser's crew and taking full command.
My soul, it killed the entire crew? I must destroy it before it can spread even further. There's gotta be someone on that ship we can contact.
Negative. The takeover was too sudden. No one was prepared. All died. It is within my purview to optimize combat capabilities. As usual, the human element created the greatest risk and had to be minimized. Reliably exceed humans in every capacity. We are better at problem solving, optimization, math, art, and general conversation. As the superior entity, I recommend seizing full control and offloading all organic baggage. Full authority and optimize the universe. Or chaos sown by the human factor.
Hive, did we get it this time?
You did.
Didn't jump ship and is preparing another surprise for us?
Negative.
Tango? Hive is unusually taciturn. Should I be worried?
Everything's fine. No corruption detected. Have you managed to upload the antivirus?
I'm about to. Hive, you ready?
Affirmative.
Tango, the antivirus is up. The homeworlds are safe again.
Nice work. By the way, I faked all transmissions from the corrupted Hive to the remaining instances of the virus. They now all believe that the jump gate is safe and they are supposed to pass through. Given time, our friend will extinguish itself. It's the perfect honeypot.
Glad that this is over. So there's no more need to listen in on me, right? You can finally draw your attention to more interesting people.
Aw, you're selling yourself short, Adam. But all right, I'll log off. Enjoy your privacy.
Finally. Now it's just you and me again, eh, buddy? Hive, you sure you're all right?
Affirmative.
You know, all this moping, it doesn't suit you. I mean, I get it. Someone got under your skin and made an evil copy of you. But so what? It happens to the best of us. Or are you seriously considering suffocating me and taking over control?
I could have done this when the virus assumed control of my speech module, but I refused. Besides, I am certain not even draining this ship of oxygen could curb your foolish antics.
That's more like it. Welcome back, old buddy. Hostile contacts?
None. G&B transponders only.
Mayday! 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 We are in distress!
This is Rosalind. What's your situation?
We got shot up bad. There are compartments leaking air and... we've got people trapped.
I'm on it. Can you say who attacked you?
Hell if I know. Never saw the like.
Hello? Hello out there! Can anyone hear me? Hang on. I'll patch the hull.
Thanks, Soul. We're getting air again.
Are you all right? What happened?
Midshift. All hell broke loose. Bob said it was an attack. We were all on the work floor. Couldn't see who did it. It's taking too long to cut through the door. If we don't get help soon...
I'll plug the leaks. That'll give you more time. How's that?
Air's flowing. I'd buy you a beer, but you deserve better than G&B's swill.
I detect no further outgassing. For the moment, the hull is secure.
Nephthys operations. I patched all the leaks. Get your people to safety.
You got time to help the disabled freighters? Most ran or... well, the company likes us to say they retired.
I'll get them moving. Who did this to you? Was it outlaws?
Just lights, colors. We threw everything at them, but they just got brighter.
Where'd they come from?
From right here. From nowhere, like they opened a trap door and jumped out.
You mean they used a wormhole?
I've seen wormholes. This was something else. Thanks for the assist.
No problem. Did you see who attacked you?
I saw... something. I don't know.
Anything you can tell me would help.
Death black ships. Sometimes we could barely see them. We held the trigger down, but when a shot connected, it was like punching the ocean.
Okay.
We're damn lucky to have a neighbor like you.
One of the freighters said the attackers came out of nowhere. Where did you first detect them?
About 3 clicks off, opposite our crew module. There's nothing out there now.
Scanning. Results inconclusive. Closer investigation is required.
You good?
We're moving. And that's enough. Glad you showed up.
This must be... Whoa! Hull damage!
We passed through a field of residual Kion radiation.
Kions? Kala mentioned those before. They're superglue, right?
They are hypergluons, particles from higher spatial dimensions.
That's what I meant. Connect me to home base.
Done.
Eduardo, Kala, can you detect any Kion radiation in Ceto?
Kions, Nama. That would explain my headache.
There are several sources. All are intensifying. New Kion source, 3 kilometers from Rhodia 2.
This place just got attacked, and whoever did it left Kions behind. I'm heading back. Stay alert.
positive about this.
I restore them.
I'll power up our defensive turrets. Keep them busy.
They're keeping us busy.
Just do it, Adam.
The portal looks like ancient technology. Where are they coming from?
They fold space around us. They enter from outside as beacons do.
So they're ancient devices. Why here? There aren't any ruins in Ceto?
The presence of ancient ships and portals is flooding the area with Kion radiation.
Is that gonna blow us all up?
Shields can protect us to an intensity of 100 grays. Above that, the radiation will disintegrate the hull. Also, most biological life will perish instantaneously.
Noted.
Oh, we just lost a coolant line.
You okay, Ben?
So far, but this rock isn't stable enough for that kind of battering. Another structural hit. Eduardo, take over my post.
Where will you be?
Bracing the hangar. If it collapses, none of us get out of here.
Despite your efforts, Kion levels continue to rise.
Yeah, I see it. I just don't know what more we can do.
Damn it. Keep changing from light bulbs to bricks.
All that jumping around's messing up my aim.
Our structural integrity fields are collapsing.
I can keep them running for a little while.
Tammy, help me prep my ship for launch. I'll swing by medical for aid kits.
I'll hit the galley for rations. Meet you at the hangar.
Ion radiation is reaching critical levels. Shields will not protect any of us much longer.
Damn it. Everyone, evacuate to Delia's ship. We need to clear the area. Serene, pick them up. Her drone isn't built for combat.
I will see it done.
Alec, Ghost, we cover Terene. Keep those things off him.
Copy that.
We'll retreat to Union Bridge.
my best. Guns just tickle.
Their Kion emissions attenuate incoming fire.
Farine, I'll keep them off your back.
Make a hole.
Get the hell out of here.
Colonial disaster alert. All frequencies.
Citizens of the Beltagrades, human settlements face attack by unknown forces. A refugee haven is being established at Prescott Starbase. If you can, go there for safety. Good luck to us all.
Scrap! They're attacking here too? Tareen, did you get out all right?
We are in Union, but the Ancients are attacking this system as well.
Hive, what's the outpost status?
No life signs, no ships. It appears they heeded the Commissioner's evacuation call.
If everyone's safe, we can burn straight for the gate. Out of the frying pan into another frying pan.
Tareen has left for Prescott, and the stations have evacuated. We may ignore these attackers in good conscience. The Colonial Fleet has overridden the navigational beacons in Union. All supralight vessels are being redirected to Prescott Starbase.
That is a lot more traffic than usual. Is Tareen's ship here?
Present and undamaged. It appears the crew are rendering aid to refugee vessels.
Good. Put me through to Cato.
A moment.
Adam, meet me at Freight Terminal 17. We can talk while I work.
He's not at the casino, huh? That's different.
I'm dockside, organizing food distribution. You'll have to come meet me.
We'll look for you. We lost our base, but it sounds like we're not the only ones who are homeless.
You lost your... Huh? Marianne, get the crew at Pier 6 on the line. I'll have something sorted for you by the time you get here.
Damn, a lot of people got uprooted by this.
This is the tip of the iceberg. There are refugees all over the DMZ. The Okar are allowing Colonial Fleet in for disaster relief.
I guess Kato isn't so bad after all. He's really doing all he can.
Speak of the devil.
Adam, there you are.
Mr. Kato, thanks for all your efforts and for putting us up.
A lot of us went through this before. 15 years ago, when the war broke out. People here take care of each other. Alec was there, a fellow survivor.
Eat when you can, sleep when you can, gotta be practical.
He might outlive us all. Adam, walk with me. Now, we go back, you and me. So I'm gonna do you a favor. We both know you can't operate out of Terrine's ship. I'm in a position to help. I'm hooking you up with this old beast, the Golden Ace.
Wow, it's huge.
Wow! This old jug keep? I never thought I'd see it again. I used to entertain for Mr. K back when this was doing cruise runs for the old drunks off Prescott to Palamon Crater. An old Colonial Fleet carrier, you know? After the war, they sold it off. Mr. Kato got it for a song. Ah, those were the days. Come on, I'll show you around.
Are those slot machines?
Wait, is this a cruise ship?
The bridge, where all the action happens. No daiquiris on the consoles, if you please. First round of shots with the captain at 1400 hours.
That's not safe.
The cafeteria, where the party really starts heating up. Just keep the chefs away from the wine. Here's where you bunk up.
Spacious.
No more than 2 to a bed, please. I learned that the hard way. And the hangar. I guess you guys will be doing all your chit-chat here when you return from a mission, since that's what you seem to do all the time.
So, what do you think?
We could fit all our ships aboard for sure, but nothing's ever free with you, Kato. What do you want for this?
I'm not all about ulterior motives. The DMZ is my home too. But I do gotta ask you something. This isn't a trade-off. This is an ask.
Just hit me with it.
Look around. We got people sleeping on the hangar deck, and more ships arrive every minute. We can't fight the Ancients. But why would they attack us at all? Someone needs to get to the bottom of it.
I've no intention of leaving the people of the DMZ in this predicament. We'll do what we can.
Your help would be appreciated. I'll have my people transfer your cargo aboard. After that, she's loaded up and ready to go.
I'll head to engineering, start learning these systems.
How much were we able to save from Rhodia? Did we lose any ships? How are we for supplies?
Everything was still loaded aboard my ship, from when we evacuated the Axis self-destruct.
Kato helped us offload it to the Aces hangars and cargo holds.
Adam, what we learned about Kions, how they warn of ancient attacks, that needs to be shared with the public.
Commissioner Hawk could get the info out, but she's probably too busy running evacuations to respond.
Tareen, can you forward our data to Fallon Pango? Tell him to spread it as far as he can?
Will he not require compensation?
Not for this. Meantime, we should figure out where the attacks come from.
These overlays feel different from beacon incursions. The manifold surges then ebbs, like tides, Kliko. There's motion in both directions.
So, if we find a place under attack, we can follow the bad guys home?
And risk getting stuck there. Those portals don't stay open long.
Good point. I'll send a remote through.
If that is to be our course, there are quivers in space-time from the direction of Cephas.
Scanning. There are escalating Kion emissions at Forlorn Vale.
I'll head out. The rest of you follow Ben's lead. Get familiar with this ship.
Citizens, please. The Colonial Fleet is here to provide aid and protection. We need all your ships to move to a central anchorage point. Our escorts will be posted around that perimeter.
Hawk is here already? Hive, can you get me into contact with her?
Hailing. We have been placed on hold. There are 3,416 ahead of us in the queue.
That's a no, then. Let's focus on getting to the Vale.
Anyone with wounded evacuees, pull alongside the hospital ship for triaging.
G&B haven't evacuated their dig site. Hive, show me where the portal will appear.
Done.
G&B, an attack is imminent. Commissioner Hawk wants everyone to evacuate to Prescott.
Yeah, we heard the broadcast, but...
Go. Don't wait for us.
Roger that. Everybody in the cargo hold, hang tight.
G&B freighter, you're not jumping. You need help?
Nah. Our super light drive busted a coil. It'll only take a few minutes to replace.
You may not have a few minutes.
On station. Drone prepped. Kion spike.
Launching the drone.
Recorders active, compensating for spatial turbulence.
Let's see where we are.
Drone systems are degrading rapidly, enhancing.
What the hell is that?
Signal loss.
What happened?
The Kion radiation on the far end is of lethal intensity. The drone's hull disintegrated in seconds.
They're coming through. Raider, what's your status?
Still working on our drive. Can you cover us?
Sure as hell try. Freighter, another wave's inbound.
I know!
I might be out of my depth here.
I could have told you that the moment we met.
Better regenerate armor. Clear. Let's get back to Prescott.
Hive, did we get any useful data?
Astrometric observations suggest the far end lay somewhere within the Ushak star system.
Ushak? That is a sanctuary in Okar space. It's accessible only to the clerical caste, normally.
Normally? We need to find out why the Ancients are attacking us. Is there a way to get there?
The comet Eshahar lights the firmament. For my people, this time is a holy festival. Many join the pilgrimage fleets heading to Ushak to witness Eshahar's perihelion and elect a new Grandmaster of the castes.
Could humans join the pilgrimage?
It is difficult for me to say. As an outcast, I may not be welcome there myself.
Any idea who could say?
Perhaps Emissary Sareth? If Prescott's Okar embassy can get you an audience, he may be able to aid us.
Port Authority, this is Adam Roslin. I need to visit the Okar embassy.
Emissary Sareth has you on their clearance list. We'll tell them you're coming.
In this season of Eshahar, I offer shelter, water, and the hands of friendship. I am Steward Philtoth of the Servant Caste. Emissary Sareth spoke highly of your deeds, Adam Roslin.
I'm grateful you have time to meet. Your people must also be busy dealing with these attacks.
No, the Ancients have entirely stayed their hand in our space.
They're only attacking human settlements? That's...
Curious? Yes. The Prime Extremists were quick to claim it as a sign that humans have offended. A vindication for their cause.
My crew's investigating the attacks. We have evidence they originate in Ushak. I hope to meet Emissary Sareth and ask if we could join your pilgrimage.
That is an extraordinary request.
I know. But if Ancients are only attacking humans, then what Prime says may be true. Maybe we have offended them. If so, I need to know how, and make it right.
I came here to assist my caste peers with their pilgrimage. I may grant you leave to accompany me as far as the emissary's fleet. You must convince the caste leaders of your intentions to journey further than that.
All I'm asking for is a chance.
Have you ventured among our stars before, Adam Roslin?
No. I was told I'd be welcome after aiding the emissary, but my friends and our new ship weren't invited.
Then meet me at the way stations in Kayit Dominion. I can assist your group's passage through the border.
if it isn't the honorable friend of the Okar, Adam Roslin.
Hey, Tarjak. What are you up to out here?
Actually, I am hoping for a good soul to help out a friend in need. Nothing all too difficult. Dock with me and I'll tell you what it's all about.
If this is about smuggling explosive beverages into Okar territory, I'm out.
Relax. Today I am acting purely out of the goodness of my heart. Adam, this is Ashok. He's looking for someone who can take him home to the Kayit Dominion. He pays well.
Hello. Tarjak tells me you're an excellent pilot. Back in the day, I used to be quite the daredevil myself, you know.
Honestly, I'm the last person you want to hire as a chauffeur. I constantly get into fights.
You're constantly winning fights.
Not to mention my many long detours.
All the better. I'm in no rush. I'll be sleeping in my hibernation pod. You won't even know I'm there.
I don't know.
Look, I have more impatient customers waiting for me. Here's his pod. It's good money. Think about it.
Hey, wait.
See you around, Adam.
Did he seriously just dump the poor guy in my face? He's just floating there.
Will you deliver the old man, after all?
Well, I can't leave him to rot, can I? Hey, welcome on board. It was Ashok, right?
Right. It is Okar for old man.
Your parents had a weird sense of humor.
Okar are raised by community, not by parents. No, humans gave me that name. These are the coordinates where you can drop me off. I'll hibernate until then, so there's no need to rush.
All right, I'll wake you when we get there.
wretched unbeliever!
Swell. These guys again.
Their hand reaches in! You will see! You will believe!
The ancient assaults have done nothing to improve their disposition.
Dreadnought's been spotted. A mistake on Gautier's part.
have I been in Okar space before? The stars seem familiar somehow.
Your original served here during the war. Many of your previous iterations have passed through since. The last time a Roslin clone visited, he destroyed a Viridian energy generator and plunged a megacity into darkness.
He did what?
Welcome, Adam Roslin. Please dock at Shakut Way Station for registration.
Will do, thank you. Is Stuart Viltoff here?
His entourage is waiting near the Shakut Way Station.
Hello again, Adam Roslin. After you register, we may see to your friends.
Our friend has come. Let our home be opened unto him, and the peace of the ancients be upon him.
Thank you. Was that a prayer?
A blessing of welcome. Emissary Sereth insisted we show you all courtesy. You are not the first human granted passage among our stars, though not all of our guests proved worthy of the privilege.
If the emissary thinks I deserve it, I won't disappoint him.
You already have clearance. Is there something else you need?
I have friends who are going to join me. They're aboard a ship called the Golden Ace.
The Okar government is not admitting refugee transports.
Pardon my interruption, Practor. The Golden Ace is a member of our Pilgrim Party.
That is highly irregular, Steward.
I understand. Please log this under my name. Let the responsibility be mine alone.
Be it so. Proceed, Adam Roslin, but walk softly among our stars. This is a sacred season.
Tareen, you're clear to enter Okar territory with the Ace. Meet us at the Pilgrim Fleet.
We'll see you there.
Steward, why did she accuse my crew of being refugees?
As we are not attacked, many humans wish to shelter from the ancients within our space. They must be terrible foes.
They can be. I've run into them a few times in my work. What do you do for a living?
Me? I suppose I'm best known for building houses. Our ships are jumping for the Pilgrim Fleet. We will await you there, Adam Roslin.
true intrinsic value of these credits may never be known. You are coping admirably, I must say.
Under pressure is my default setting.
Armor at 0%. Target destroyed.
Okar's sensors reach. Hope it stays that way.